Incoming! Lane is clear!
Defend the inner gate! profundi! Profundi! Inner gate destroyed. Protect the commander. enemy team is breaking.
Profondi! Tenebre! Ad profondi!
Outer gate destroyed. Protect the inner gate.
Yeah. Time break.
Villain was unworthy.
Warriors, keep moving! Defend the ramp, now! Enemy attack! Protect the ram! Yeah! Tenebris! 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 Never seen such All clear! Forward! Slow down! The enemy is here!
Ad profundi! Ad profundi! Corto!
I'm hitting you!
Join the gang! Prepare the ram to fire!
Look, got it! Yeah, I'm on the move!
Ready the ram!
Outer gate destroyed. Move to the inner gate.
Lane is clear! Forward! The ram! Enemies are coming!
Corto!
The ram!
Commander.
شكرا.
You think you can win? Bring the fight to them!
Tenebrix! Tace, cortum!
Profundi!
You are no challenge!
يا مرفوض! بعيدة!
Right, Right, you're bum. Come through there and I'll bite your thumb. You darling. Wee streak.
Going to see you? Yeah. You'll leave the door. You see how
Profondi! Nasse corto! Nasse corto! I've never seen such skill.
بعيدة.
Tenebrae!
Destroyed. The inner gate remains.
Moving forward! Protect the ram!
شكرا.
Destroyed! To the inner gate!
Ready the ram! Release! Prepare the ram to fire! All restoring fire! Ready the ram!
Inner gate destroyed. Kill the commander.
This will sting. Give me your heart.
I'm Senate! And Nick! What up? What up?
Your team is breaking.
Gegenbewohnen.
Outer gate destroyed. Protect the inner gate.
to work.
Inner gate destroyed. Protect the commander.
To bed!
Keys.
It's not a small vacation. It is a You know, normally when I think of cheesy, direct-to-streaming sci-fi action movies with aspirations that outstrip their abilities, featuring dodgy green screen effects to save money and starring a bunch of suspiciously big-name actors phoning it in for an easy payday, the service that immediately comes to mind is Netflix, and maybe Amazon. and occasionally Paramount Plus. Generally, though, Apple TV tends to be a bit more discerning about what they commission, relying on the old quality over quantity approach. And good lord, we could do with a bit more of that these days. So when I heard that they were releasing a sci-fi action horror flick starring Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller, two actors that I've got a real soft spot for, I promptly hoisted the Jolly Roger and set sail across the high seas. I mean, I fired up my totally legit Apple TV subscription and settled in with a pint of bourbon to experience The Gorge. And 2 hours and 7 minutes later, my pint glass was empty, the gorge was over, and there was a suspiciously warm stain on my couch underneath me. And in all 3 cases, I was left with the same nagging question. What was ultimately accomplished here? The Gorge is a movie that can't quite seem to decide what it wants to be. Is it a tense, slow-paced, claustrophobic thriller set in a confined location? Is it an intimate character study? An unconventional romance about 2 people from wildly different worlds finding common ground? A gruesome tale of body horror? An intriguing historical mystery? Or a guns-blazing action flick? Well, the simple answer is yes. The more complex answer is it tries to be all of these things at once, and because you can only wrap so many wildly conflicting concepts into a single film, it ends up getting in its own way most of the time and generally fails at most of them. Anyway, in order to explain why, allow me to furnish you with a story recap. And I'm probably going to get into spoilers with this one, so if for some reason you really don't want to know what happens in the Gorge, then go find something more productive to do. Anyway, the movie stars Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy as Levi Kane and Drasa, a pair of snipers from East and West that have been recruited by their respective governments to stand watch over a mysterious gorge out in the middle of the wilderness for a period of 1 year. The place is protected by all kinds of tripwires and automated turrets, and their job is mostly to maintain them and act as a last line of defence. The kicker is that they're not there to stop people from going into the gorge. Their mission is to stop anything else from getting out. They're not allowed to communicate with each other, and their only contact with the outside world is a radio check once a month.
Really?
Okay, I've got a few questions about this setup. Why the hell would anyone accept a mission that lasts for an entire year to protect an unknown location against an unknown enemy with unknown capabilities? Why would you only employ 2 people to guard such a massive area which requires constant observation? I mean, people have to eat and sleep and crap pretty regularly, all of which take their attention away from the job. You would need at least 3 people on each side working in shifts to maintain any kind of consistent watch pattern, and that's not even allowing for sickness and unexpected injuries. Why are there only 2 watchtowers when the gorge is at least a couple of miles long and the automated defences are repeatedly shown to be insufficient for the task at hand? Also, why are the 2 guards forbidden from communicating with each other when their very survival and the viability of the mission depends on their ability to exchange information and coordinate their defences? Why wouldn't you bail out the moment you came face to face with the horrifying undead monsters that regularly try to climb out of the gorge? Wouldn't that be a very obvious indication that there was something extremely wrong with this place? Anyway, those are all questions for a different movie. A movie that actually cares about making sense. Anyway, as the months drag on, Levi and Drasa eventually start talking to each other by writing notes on sheets of paper and strike up a kind of relationship that culminates in Levi abandoning his post and making a daredevil zipline across the gorge to spend the night with her. I mean, I can't say I blame him. If I'd been alone for months and the nearest woman within 100 miles was Anya Taylor-Joy, I'm pretty sure I'd risk it all to spend some quality time with her too. Anyway, sadly, it all goes wrong when Levi's line snaps and he falls into the gorge on the way back. And naturally, Drasa leaps right in after him, despite the fact that it's filled with monsters and probably poisonous gas. Anyway, after reuniting with some very convenient timing, they discover the truth about the place. The entire gorge was actually a World War II biowarfare facility that went tits up when an earthquake caused a containment failure and mutated all the researchers and scientists into the monsters we see today. Since then, it's been overseen by a shady defense contractor, because of course it has, and they've been studying the monsters there to produce a new breed of super soldiers. You know, it's like the Resident Evil approach to warfare, where uncontrollable mutagenic pathogens with the potential to spread far beyond the conflict zone are apparently more effective than a bunch of guys with guns. Anyway, Anyway, whatever. So the two of them have to fight their way out of the gorge and then lure in the evil corporation guys led by Sigourney Weaver, because corporate overlords regularly venture into dangerous war zones to personally oversee search and destroy operations. Then they fight a bunch of really shitty looking drones sent to kill them and trigger the gorge's failsafe system to set off a nuclear blast and wipe out the entire area. Then they hook up again in France a couple of months later and have a nice spot of rabbit pie. And that's it. That's the movie over. You know the old cliche that you can be a jack of all trades but a master of none? Well, that's the one that I think perfectly sums up the biggest problem with The Gorge. It takes a pretty special combination of writing and directing to fuse together romance, horror, sci-fi, action, and historical mystery into one cohesive movie, and as much as The Gorge definitely swings for the fences on this one, it's ultimately trying to do too much with too little and failing to excel at anything. The action scenes are pretty anemic for the most part, and the very obvious reliance on CGI and green screen means that intense battles for survival come across as kind of weightless and forgettable. And they're definitely not helped by Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy, who deliver the kind of indifferent performances you'd expect from two actors holding plastic guns and pretending to fight CGI monsters. Both of them are way better than movies like this, especially Anya Taylor-Joy, who feels badly miscast as a tough-as-nails Lithuanian sniper. I mean, I love her as an actress, but I've never really seen her as a tough, gung-ho action star. Furiosa didn't do much to change that impression, and neither did this film. On the plus side, the script does at least make some attempt to humanize her, giving her an actual personality and character arc, and even allowing her to make mistakes from time to time, which officially makes her better written than about 95% of the boring, invincible girl bosses that Hollywood are still intent on shorting out. The horror aspects of mutated monsters and science gone wrong had some potential if they were better developed, but trying to fuse horror and action usually means that something has to give, and in this case, it's the fear factor. The Hollow Men, as they're known, start out as an intriguing threat, but they really aren't that scary once you realise the main characters can mow them down with impunity. Visually, they look like a combination of the infected from The Last of Us and whatever the fuck was going on in Annihilation, and the movie makes the mistake of showing them to us far too early. The mystery aspect of the film is undermined by the complete implausibility of the setup, and when the answers finally do come, they're the usual mix of evil corporations and totally impractical science experiments with no obvious purpose except to set up the rest of the plots. Ironically, the film's probably at its strongest in its quieter moments, when the pace slows down and the script focuses in on the relationship between the two leads. This is clearly where Teller and Taylor-Joy were most invested as actors, and I get the impression this is where the core of the original script began. The idea of a neat little self-contained story about two very different people bonding over unusual circumstances and ultimately having to risk their life for each other when things go wrong is a decent concept for a short film or a low-budget thriller, but the problem is that it's buried under so many layers of bullshit that it gets lost in the mix. What you end up with, as I said earlier, is a movie that tries to please everyone and ends up satisfying no one, wasting an interesting concept and a pair of talented actors in the process. I mean, if you're really bored and willing to switch off most of your brain for a couple of hours and just watch two people shooting monsters, then I guess there's worse ways to spend your time, but let's be real here, there's also far better ones. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hello everyone. Now usually with these countdown videos it's Mustard that takes the wheel, but this week he's been busy streaming a ton of DNF Duel, which is a brand new fighting game. So for him to focus on that, and honestly because I'd like to have some fun too, you're stuck with me for today. Now, we like to focus on competitive level Mortal Kombat on this channel, right? And that usually involves talking about tier lists, how good or bad characters were. I guess you know the drill by now. But today's video puts a little bit of a spin on the whole thing. See, we know about super powerful characters in loads of titles, like Ultimate MK3 or MK9 Cabal, Pre-Patch Alien in MKX, or MK11 Jackie or Cetrion. But I wanted to actually dive into the same kind of thing, but in more obscure MK games. Some characters you may not have even looked at, or sometimes even realized were playable in some cases, because in those games, these characters were outrageously good, but but due to the game not being as commonly known about, or maybe the character just wasn't very popular amongst fans, they went under the radar in the overall history of competitive MK, whilst being incredibly powerful. So that is what we're going to explore today. We are Ketchup and Mustard, and these are 5 MK characters that are absurdly powerful, but you probably didn't know about it. If you like this video, feel free to subscribe, comment, click that notification bell, all the standard YouTube stuff at this point. Number 5, Sector in Mortal Kombat Gold. I don't know if I'm cheating with this first entry, but I want to set the stage for everyone else, as MK Gold is one of the more forgotten about titles, but it has some of the exact examples that I'm talking about in today's video. MK Gold was essentially a Dreamcast exclusive port of MK4, with enhanced visuals from the console versions of that game, and a bunch of new, yet returning characters. The game did have a few tiny gameplay changes with certain characters, and there was even a new feature in place where players could choose the weapon that their characters would equip. But I'm going to tackle the more obvious side of this game, which is the broken new fighters, of which Sector takes the top spot by a considerable margin. You had to access the secret cheat menu to even pick this character, and when you made it there, you still had to perform a hidden sequence in Character Select to make Sector your player of choice. But when you actually had him in a match, oh my days, this character was unfair on every single possible level. From hands down the messiest and most unbalanced zoning you've ever seen in your life, thanks to straight missile, double missile, and homing missile. Easy to perform max damage combos thanks to his launching teleport. The teleport on certain revisions of MK Gold is an infinite in itself. Quite literally, all you have to know is how to perform his special moves, and you can absolutely annihilate anyone that you're going up against, regardless of skill level. You cannot deal with the projectiles, and when you actually get hit, he's going to do more damage than almost anyone else in the roster. Broken doesn't even begin to describe how unbelievable Sector actually is. Now, don't get me wrong, pretty much every new character in Gold is in a tier of their own. Kitana, Cyrax, or Baraka come to mind instantly for their own collection of broken tools, but Sector is genuinely so busted that he completely overshadows everybody else. If this game had a competitive scene like the others, he would have been an instant ban, no questions asked. Number 4, MK2 Kung Lao in Mortal Kombat Trilogy. The question is, for the rest of this video, is anyone going to even touch the level of broken that Sector was in Gold? I guess not, because I'd say he's one of the more infamous characters of all time, but it still leaves a space for other characters who, in their own right, were still very powerful indeed in more unknown versions of games or even situations, which brings me to the next character on this list. The non-N64 versions of MK Trilogy had more characters available than what you see on the select screen. Chameleon often being the more commonly known, as you can select him in a similar fashion that Human Smoke has played in Ultimate MK3, but I'm talking about certain characters that have their previous installments playable via the touch of a button, and one of those is Kung Lao. Now, to be fair, I think I could have picked any of these classic versions out of the hat and probably still had similar stuff to go on. However, you can access Kung Lao's MK2 style version, which was remade to fit into the UMK3 style of gameplay, and he's definitely one of the strongest characters in this version of the game. Let me explain why. First of all, his damage is absolutely ridiculous. Before we even get into combo damage, the damage that his dialer combos do on block is still enough to make you fear him up close, even before he's hit you. It is rare that chip damage via strings is this high in this game, so this feature already raises a few eyebrows for me. When he does land a hit, though, he absolutely shreds with even the most basic of combos. Easy half-life damage if you're going for the consistent and the simple stuff, but if you want bigger juggles against characters with the correct hurt boxes, he gets some really high damaging juggles thanks to the instant jump punch dive kick. Now, this isn't so unfamiliar with Ultimate MK3 Lao, as this exact kind of combo probably looks similar to some of you, but remember that Ultimate MK3 Kung Lao can only launch via anti-air, teleport punishes, or spin. MK2 Lao has a launching string, and one that does tons of chip damage anyway. To top it all off, he, for some reason, is given Raiden's Superman dive, which, like Raiden, can be done in the air. He's got tons of mobility, damage, chip on block. Let me tell you, this specific character is a menace for MK Trilogy, and he's one of my go-tos if I ever dust off the game. Number 3, Sub-Zero in Vanilla Mortal Kombat 3. You might have expected me to cover a slightly more commonly known version of Sub-Zero here, as for those unaware, there is a often named Super Sub-Zero in the N64 version of Trilogy. They basically put both of the Sub-Zeros together in that game, where he has everything that classic Sub has, but he also gains the Ice Clone and Air Freeze. That character is crazy strong, but I'm actually going to go even more obscure here. Vanilla Mortal Kombat 3 is possibly the most unknown version of the main title MKs for a lot of people. And to be fair, it's for good reason. Mechanically, it didn't feel as finished as its later version in Ultimate, and it was missing loads of characters that we'd see added later, and was overall kind of broken with what some characters could do, which leads me to the one character that rules the top of the tier list, Unmasked Sub-Zero. You may not have known this, but Sub-Zero was actually the strongest character in Vanilla MK3, and the main reason is simple. Infinites all over the place. Now, I don't want to get too stuck into the technical side as to why he has infinites, but long story short, he can loop freezes in the same combo. There's many instances where if you get frozen by Sub in this game, he's probably won the round. His touch of death potential was unlike anyone else in the roster, which is actually saying a lot, because overall damage output in Vanilla, especially in the corner, was through the roof for loads of characters. A big change we'd see later in Ultimate MK3 is that a lot of moves in the corner push back on hit, but that wasn't really the case in Vanilla, especially for roundhouses. Sub could use this to his advantage for the infinites that he brings forward, and you can couple all of this with the damage, the good zoning thanks to Air Freeze, Clone and Straight Freeze. He was a nightmare, and would receive significant changes as Ultimate came out. Or as you probably know, this kind of stuff doesn't really... Number 3, Green Lantern, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. Alright, it was going to happen eventually. I was always going to cover this game more than just saying it existed. And hey, this is the exact kind of game I'm talking about for the video. So, here we are. MK vs. DC has gone down in history as being one of the more broken MK titles to ever hit the shelves. However, it did have a competitive scene of online players, where forums and clans were extremely prominent. Many high-level online MK9 players started their online journey with this game, so it is a part of the game which is to be respected and remembered. The character I want to highlight here is Green Lantern, as he was one of the picks that put forward the issues with the game, and abused them to such a fashion that he's widely regarded as one of the all-important top 3. The biggest thing that made Green Lantern as good as he was that you could get a full combo off of Breaker. Thanks to his lift attack, which is something that would actually see a lot more refined in the Injustice series years later, he could combo Breaker, lift before you touch the ground, and get a full combo from it. The only resource you had to manage in this game was the rage system, and part of that rage meter was the ability to spend one of your 2 bars on a combo breaker, which meant having a combo breaker was extremely common. Now, there's other reasons this character was so strong, but the free combo off of a breaker, which came to you a lot more often than other games, was by far the biggest offender here. You get punished for punishing him, and if you can't even hit your opponent, which is something you have to do to win, what the hell are you supposed to do? Number 1, Serena in Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Our final entry in today's video is an extremely rare playable appearance of one of Quan Chi's assassins. Now, Serena was technically playable for the first time in the Game Boy Advance exclusive Tournament Edition, but I always felt that this was her first true appearance in Armageddon, where she features in the main roster, plus it was the next main console game, had online play, more mechanics, all that stuff. But funnily enough, all of these are why she was such a machine in the tier list, and was by far one of the game's most powerful characters, rarely sitting outside of the top 3. I I've always said in these videos that for characters to be top tier in Armageddon, they needed to have broken tools in some capacity. And Serena had broken tools and then some. Possibly her most notorious feature was the knife toss that she had, as the recovery on them was so short that on top of being hilariously annoying in its opening sense, they lead to combos that extend far beyond it feels like they should. They juggle one at a time, allow full screen grabs to work on hit, could cause a knockdown into an arena trap that were fully unbreakable. This projectile is definitely one of the greatest projectiles in the history of the franchise, because it did everything and more. On top of that, she had an instant launcher that would lead into said knife juggles. It's impossible to react to, and it's tricky to punish offline, but it was even harder to punish during the game's prime time, as online was the method of choice for high-level play. The netcode for Armageddon was so underwhelming that most moves were unpunishable anyway, resulting in Serena being somehow even stronger if you were playing online, with some online tier lists having her as the absolute number one. Her Air Infinite set with weapon stance was by far the easiest one to perform, so she had easy infinites, unbreakable projectile combos, hard to punish launches. She was easy mode, but so hard to beat, and for an almost one-off appearance, Serena was one of Armageddon's most infamous characters. And that's it! 5 characters in competitive MK that were super powerful at high level, but characters you might not have known about. Hopefully this video gave a small insight into the more obscure realms of Mortal Kombat, and if you like this video, feel free to stick around, for even more content to come. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back to another episode of Competitive History. This time, we're going to pull out all the stops for what is, and always has been, my favourite fighting game character of all time, if the name didn't give that away in the first place, I guess. Sector is the character that has personally shaped my taste in mechanics, design, and visuals, and across the many MK titles that he's featured in, he's been all over the place in the competitive tier list, from top to bottom to stuck in the middle. He's been there, done it. A bonus for this episode is that I recently collaborated with my very good friend History Behind a Warrior for a lore history of Sector, which is on this channel, and it's live already. If you haven't already seen that, make sure that you check it out too. These two videos combined really kind of put the lore and the story and his competitive meta across all the different games into one complete package. This is our week of Sector, and this is a complete competitive history of the Red Cyborg himself. Now, before this video begins, I do actually have a very special shout-out to give. If you like Mortal Kombat and in-game exclusive content, stick around for it, because Mustard and myself have been fortunate enough to be partnering up with Beyond NRG, which is a gaming energy supplement from the UK. The drink is packed full of vitamins, minerals, and nootropics, with 5 flavours in total. But the reason that we're talking to you about it now is that Beyond Energy have partnered up with Mortal Kombat as well for some exclusive flavours. They are 2 flavours, the Wild Forest Fruits and the Blue Raspberry Lemonade. They are Scorpion and Sub-Zero themed, and the reason that is the case is that with either of these 2 flavours that you purchase, you will get either Sub-Zero's Avalanche skin attached or Scorpion's Gold Demon skin. They are 2 very difficult skins to get normally, as I'm sure you're aware, but by purchasing one of these 2 flavours, the skin comes with the package. It's not just that though. If you're in the UK, there is a competition to win both an Xbox Series X and a copy of MK11 Ultimate on the Xbox Series X as a grand prize. Worth noting, these codes are for the Xbox version, and I know there are plenty of Xbox players that like our channel, so I think if you like Xbox, if you like Mortal Kombat, it makes sense to give Beyond Energy a bit of a look, doesn't it? Now, if you use the code KM10 on the website, you will get a discount on your purchase. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you to Beyond NIG for supporting the channel. Hopefully, you can get some cool MK content. Onto the video. Sektor's first ever appearance would be vanilla Mortal Kombat 3. Now, there's definitely a strong case for the cyborgs to have deep seeds within specific people in the fan base if you started with Mortal Kombat 3, right? Because they were pretty much the ninjas of this game. The cyborgs outnumbered human ninjas until Ultimate MK3 a little bit later. So we'll cover Sektor in Ultimate, as he is pretty much the same in both games, and Ultimate is definitely the one that's more commonly remembered. He brought weaponry to the fight in Mortal Kombat 3. The straight missile is a simple input and it functions as a simple projectile. Another simple input belongs to the teleport, which is a full combo launcher that can be done on the ground or in the air. This is pretty important to his game plan because it does have that kind of jump hit teleport mix-up, which can definitely catch people off guard. The final special move here is the smart missile, which tracks the opponent. I'll explain the game plan of these a little bit later, but the fact is, his inputs are some of the easiest in the entire game, which is why I think I liked him so much as a kid. I could actually do his moves, and they weren't very complicated. Combo strings are an area that you fall short as Sektor, as he hasn't got much of them, and they're not that great on their own. He has this 3-hit launcher, which doesn't do terrible damage if you do combos afterwards, and it can set up as a smart missile. There's 5 hits, which would be a nice little punish in a pinch, and most notably, this 2-hit kick string. This is your kick combo as Sektor, and if you know the meta of run jab, pressure, and having a good kickstarter to essentially crush their defense, 2 hits is simply not enough. It was definitely a major tool that Sektor lacked. Competitive game plan did let Sektor stand out to me, as he's one of the few characters that can actually work projectiles into a major part of his game plan. Elements of zoning that we would go on to see many games later. You could really machine gun smart missile, straight missile, and if you didn't know the solutions to the matchup, he can even look kind of broken. The issue is, you could nullify the smart missile easily if you know what moves gave you the invincibility, just making the explosion miss. Certain combo strings, specials, low pokes, and more meant that in tons of matchups, the trade of the smart missile versus them essentially taking the hit and then punishing you was never in your favour. Additionally to this, and it's definitely a weird one, Arcade Ultimate MK3 has a bug where player 2 Sektor can't have 2 missiles on the screen at once. If the smart missile is out, straight missile won't work until the smart missile is exploded. It's a massive hit to his missile-based game plan, which is kind of Sektor's entire point in this game, but player 1 didn't have this issue, making Sektor on the player 2 side a worse version of the character because you can't work missiles into your meta at all. Crazy, I know, but hey look, it's arcade. Sometimes these things are where they are. Now, although a lot of community ROM hacks and very famous versions of Ultimate MK3 that are used in tournaments, they do fix the missile problem for Sektor. At the highest level, he is still sitting comfortably in the bottom 3 area of the tier list. The tools he had simply didn't allow him to hang with the top tiers, and things like his laughably low damage from the Kickstarter, his extremely punishable teleport for minimal reward, the counterplate, his homing missile, nothing really was working out for him in this game at all, and he was, unfortunately, one of the least threatening on the roster. The tragic fact is that Robot Smoke was a better Sektor at high-level play. The same teleport, but more reward, a better projectile, as it was fast and it stunned for a combo. He had more damage in strings, more damage off of his kick string, which is basically Sektor's but better, an air grab for better damage still, and he had extra layers of gameplay thanks to the existence of an invisibility. Sektor had more projectiles, sure, but neither were as dangerous as what the Harpoon Smoke had. I still remember being at East Coast Throwdown 2 years ago and having people essentially lining up to play me because of nobody else they knew played Sektor at high level. A 20-plus year-old game, and most people still don't know many people that play this character, just to put that into perspective. Mortal Kombat Trilogy is definitely important to cover here because Sektor is a superior version of the character in this game because of a couple of things. The first and more obvious is a mini move. It was common in Trilogy for a lot of characters to kind of get extra projectiles, and Sektor would be one of those characters in the form of a double straight missile. This move does crazy good damage for only a little bit extra recovery. It gives you bigger combos, better zoning, and and works into the smart missile game a lot more effectively. It is basically Sector, but with a much better missile game, so as you expect, he's automatically better than an Ultimate MK3. The second, and definitely more specific, but very important, is that the issue I mentioned where Sector can't have both Smart Missile and Straight Missile on the screen for Player 2, PlayStation 1 Trilogy actually has that on both sides, unfortunately, but N64 Trilogy fixes that issue. You can in fact have both types on the screen at once, majorly increasing your ability to put missiles into your game plan, and being able to do double missile makes N64 Trilogy Sector the best version of classic 2D Sector, without question. I say classic 2D Sector because there was definitely a great evil dwelling in the Dreamcast age with some of the cheapest gameplay you've ever seen in your life. Mortal Kombat 4, whilst it had an arcade version that definitely wasn't as popular as the previous titles, was more remembered for its console versions. The Sega Dreamcast would release basically an expansion of MK4 onto the system called Mortal Kombat Gold, which had a bunch of new characters. The most secret character of all was actually Sector, who was obtainable through the cheat menu and still required a sequence input in the character selects to play as in the first place. What lied beneath this cheat sequence was, no joke, one of the most broken Mortal Kombat characters the franchise has ever released. A character that definitely screamed last-minute addition and broke everything about the game with very little effort required. You'd have more than one release of MK Gold across the time period, with more modern versions of the disc nerfing Sector a little bit as they went on. He didn't have any new moves. The straight missile, double missile, and smart missile and teleport, they were all still there, but they just completely annihilated the entire cast because of a few key reasons. Missile could be quite literally spammed out without thinking. The smart missile had a really long travel time, so you could do multiple of them in one go, making it impossible to actually punish you for doing it without getting hit yourself. The missile zoned you out all day, and you couldn't even approach him half the time. He was a total nightmare with zoning alone, and is one of the most dangerous giveaway characters in franchise history. But that was just the start of things for this crazy character. In some versions, teleport was straight up infinite until max damage happens. Easy mode combos that you can just do until the game broke the combo for you. Anything into teleport launch, into knockdown, and smart missile started be broken as hell zoning, and anything on block into double missile would be a pretty superb option on hit or block. And that's not even including his weapon, by the way, which was an actual gun. This gun was basically another projectile on top of his already god-tier projectiles. The guy just pulls this out, and it's like, yeah, this character was bad tier. As I said, different releases of Gold would make some adjustments to the character, like a teleport limit, etc., but he was always, and I mean always, the absolute number one on the Gold tier list. This character was comically broken. A playable appearance that most won't remember, or dare I say even know about, was his unique addition to Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition, which was a Game Boy Advance title. He was the reward for beating the tag mode on hard difficulty, and was by all means just a reskinned Cyrax visually. He even has the same fighting styles, and although he has his teleport punch and rocket, Sector has a much better Sambo stance, because he gets launchers and some combo strings that complement the teleport, whereas Cyrax doesn't get these. There's not much to cover here at all, I think, but I definitely saved myself a bunch of potential YouTube comments by mentioning that he was playable in this game. The game was really hard to get a hold of back in the day, and I think it only released in America or something, so it's understandable if you've never heard from it or seen it. It is actually quite fun, I will admit, for a game this old and on such a limited system. I always wanted to play this when I was a kid, but in the UK, it seemed pretty impossible to get a hold of. Now, the proper 3D age was in full swing, with Deadly Alliance and Deception having their console releases at this time. Armageddon, as the final MK title to grace the PS2 era of systems, would include all characters yet to make their 3D appearance. Sector would make his Armageddon appearance because of this, and his prominence in the story. His earlier design sporting what I always felt was actually the reskinned model they used for Tournament Edition or something. But when the game was out, Sector had new visuals and a brand new moveset. Although, fun fact, he could be seen in early footage of Armageddon with one of Ermac's fighting styles, so who knows what kind of moves he could have had if he had that fighting style, right? Very interesting. Special moves are mostly here. Straight Missile and Teleport Uppercut both coming back, but Smart Missile is replaced by an Up Missile, something that we would see in the future as well. The final special move is Flame Burner, which is another move that will become staple, but it made its debut as a special in this game. Sector is a character mainly focused on his weapon styles, but the hand-to-hand does have a couple of key normals and strings that you would use a fair amount. Standing 2 is a launcher that bags major damage. It is the main launcher that you'll go with across the entire character. His low pokes aren't all that bad, like down 1 or down 3 and down 4, but the main string that you'll use is 1-1 stance change. It transitions into Pulse Blades, which is Sector's weapon, and on the ground it's good damage by itself, but in Juggles it is a different world entirely. Sector's weapon is the main stance to use thanks to its range, tracking of moves, and access to basic mid or low options, and that is the basic mix-up of this game. Think of it as like a low overhead situation. Back 3 is a far-reaching low, back 1 is a launching mid. These two back-to-back are a simple mix-up tool. Sector does boast a fair few launches too, with his back 2 in weapon. Hand-to-hand has things like forward 3 and some other launches, just to name a few. He had a lot of combo options because of it, which brings me to weapon back 4. This move does really good damage, and it doesn't track too badly either. Throw on parry cancels on top to give it extra range, and it's not a bad poke, to be honest. In Juggles, though, this attack is insane for damage output, because at the right heights, the back 4 and hand-to-hand 1-1 stance change can both be used to continue Juggles, and you can end it in a weapon standing 3 string. Sector is a very heavy-hitting character without having to use the often community-banned Air Infinite moves because of his weapon back 4. Throw in those parry cancels and back 4 mid-combo, and you can get even more damage off any launch. Although this parry cancel is extremely tricky, and in typical 3D MK fashion, sometimes it just doesn't work anyway. Sector was very much a hit-and-run character in weapon stance, mostly, and you use his launching options to bag that giant damage output. Once they've used all of their breakers, it's party time. But before then, parries into hand-to-hand standing 2, or any kind of launch you can get your hands on, serves as a means for getting those breakers out of the opponent, because the breakers really stop you from getting the damage that you want. The damage was his biggest factor, in my opinion. His range wasn't too bad at all, thanks to weapon and specials, and his combos were both extremely fun and high damage. But in typical Armageddon fashion, he wasn't broken, and you had to be pretty broken to be top tier in this game. Sector was by all means solid as hell, but he still sat around the mid-section of the tier list for a lot. He also just wasn't played a huge amount, by the way, so information from him back in the day was impossible to come by, almost. But thankfully, we can play him today and definitely figure out what he's all about. This game is a special one for me, as it was where, competitively, Sector definitely saw his first taste of mainstream competitive play. It is where my gamer tag comes from in the first place, with Mortal Kombat 9 being my first proper dive into tournament play. Sector is an extremely interesting character in this game, where his legacy of moves is perfectly pieced together to create a style of character that we hadn't seen before, whilst very much evolving the character mechanically to even further heights. So let's go over the moves first, because they are, as you expect, crucial to his game plan. Straight Missile is a projectile that knocks down. This is important as he can take the lead in most projectile wars, getting his next option as they stand up. Enhanced Missile is a mid. Up Missile returns from Armageddon, and it has 3 different distances to it. Enhanced will fire the Smart Missile, but important to note, it doesn't do any chip damage in this game, so not quite a round ender. Teleport launches once again, with the Enhanced granting another launch and more damage, crucial to Sector's combo play. You can do this move in the air with a much faster startup, making the use of instant air teleport with Sector a vital technique to master. His counter zoning becomes much better if you can do this every time. Flame Burner comes back and it restands on hit, with the enhanced version doing a little more damage, but honestly, you never really saw the enhanced version used. X-Ray is a neat projectile for Sector with a cool little cinematic, but like MK9 in general, it's just not something that you would use much at all. Standing 1 is 6 frames, and it has a few strings attached to it that you would see often. 1-1 back 1 comes from it, and it sends full screen on hit. 1-2 back 1 is a full launcher, and because it starts off of a 6-frame jab, it is technically the fastest launcher in the entire game. 1-2-2 ends in overhead, which is crucial for his mix-up game. Back 2-1, on top of being incredibly meaty, is big damage on its own, with back 2 comboing into teleport on the ground for giant combo damage. Use back 2-1 mid-combo at the right heights to combo into a back 3, which is a low combo starter, by the way, and get major combo payout. The back 3 is good for trip guarding someone after they've landed from a jump, and a meterless corner launcher, on top of being confirmable into teleport anyway, anywhere on the screen. Up 3 is a leg lift stance that can go into either a low string or a single hit overhead. Back 1 is a safe on block and single hitting blast, sending full screen, and forward 2 is an advancing button for the back 1 at the end that once more sends full screen. Now that is a lot of moves, but with all of it combined, here is the game plan. Sector had incredibly strong neutral, thanks to things like back 1, forward 2, flame burner, missiles, instant air teleport reactions for counter zoning. Standing 1 was a fantastic anti-air, on top of the sheer existence of a 6-frame launcher, which was great for interrupting pressure or punishing moves that are otherwise hard to punish with most other characters. Being able to set up missiles or smart missiles in pressure and going into a leg lift stance 50-50 is something that I personally used a lot later in the game's lifespan and was absolutely a missing piece of tech, in my opinion, back in the day. But there were some shortcomings in the character, and he faced them that you would mostly notice them in a real match quite often, to be honest. 1-2 back 1 is definitely a fast launcher. There's no downplaying that, but unless you're point blank, the 2 wins, and then the back 1 gets blocked. You tend to lose a lot of damage because the string often doesn't combo into itself unless you are right up close, making the punish game not as strong as it otherwise would have been, and it definitely hurt the character in certain matchups. Enhanced teleport. It's safe on block and your only good wake-up attack. Problem is, it's very easy to make with low profiling buttons. Knowledgeable players would make your 1-bar wake-up miss completely and punish you anyway. So at a high level, this wake-up option tends to get completely nullified, and you're just at the mercy of the incoming mix-up. Sector's difficult matchups were often the most popular characters in the game. Cabal, Sonya, Cyrax, Johnny Cage, for instance, all gave Sector a pretty rough time, with Cage versus Sector in the corner pretty much being a GG right there. Sector was a really solid character, don't get me wrong, but the reason he's considered high mid in the tier list and not near the top is because his flaws in competitive were rather easy to exploit, and the top tiers gave him some real trouble. But when he's not against those characters, Sector really can fly. So he's in a very strange place in K9. He's great against a bunch of characters, but some of the most popular definitely give him a difficult experience. Sector's alternate costume was mechanically a little bit different, but not by much. Sector's main thing in the human skin was that 1-2-2 had a better hitbox, so some confirms worked for human, but not for robots. It's why human Sector, ironically, is technically better, because he has no new weaknesses, but extremely minor advantages. For Sector players, there were a fair few that I could safely say really pushed the character's limits in competitive tournaments. I'm not even going to plug my own gameplay here, you're free to check that out if you like, but I'm talking players like Nicholas from Greece, Kizzle from the States, Swift Tom Hanks, who liked human Sector, Gross, for crying out loud, who made his debut in competitive MK9 with a serious Sector showing in the Grand Finals. This character was extremely well represented all around the globe. So, look, I know this technically isn't Sector, but all the Sector players used it. It's got the name, the moves, the playstyle. I'm covering it here because it just makes sense. Triborg in Mortal Kombat XL had all 4 of the cyborgs as variations. The Sector variation absolutely ticking all of the boxes and has all the moves, making us feel right at home, speaking from absolute experience. MKX was a game that was full of patches, balance changes, and the like. If you want to know what the journey of Triborg was in that regard, I actually made a whole video on it a while ago, so I'll link that for you in the description and probably the For this video, I'm going with Final Patch Sector, who is definitely a top 5 character for a number of reasons. The classic moves are all here, so I really don't need to go over them for yet another time. You know them by now. Missiles, Flame Burner, Teleport, but a new move that he gets in MKX is an air dash that at certain heights was actually safe on block, so it's super annoying in the neutral, and it's a great whiff punisher if they try and jump and you jump or something. In MKX, Sector can cancel the air charge into his teleport on block for a cost of a bar for a really crusty mix-up of dash versus no dash. It also makes his overhead and low game into teleport way more annoying than usual. Flame Burner is an amazing armored tool on meter burn, so it's an option that you always had to keep in mind when pressuring him. The only issue that had was that because it was down 3, you would sometimes on wake up get a delayed wake up when you actually just want to wait for the attack. It was quite difficult. Smart Missile in this game chipped out, and in my personal opinion, it had my favourite brutality in the entire game. Sector's unique buttons in this variation, like Back 2 for example, which was special cancelable, ranged, and it can go into straight missile, made him a neutral god. His meterless damage was fantastic, and you could choose between full screen enders, close range enders into overhead low mix-up, staggered pressure into a straight missile that was safe at most ranges in the final patch. Sector in this game was just really, really safe, and had a ton of options. Fundamentally, one of the best characters where if you were a talented player, you'd be hard-pressed to find something this variation didn't do well. There was a reason that Sonic Fox was the greatest Sector player in Mortal Kombat X, right? The natural talent combined with a character that did everything they wanted to do. This wasn't always the case in previous patches. Armored reversals, for example, really hurt his most dangerous tools back then, but in the final patch where armor universally wasn't as damaging, his risks became much lower for the same great reward. This variation played just like Sector, with better mobility than ever, better mix-ups than ever, better buttons than ever. The variation was without question top 5 in Mortal Kombat X, and saw plenty of success in the competitive realm, that's for sure. The honourable mention of this video is Sector in Mortal Kombat 11, who appears as an NPC. You can play him if you use PC mods offline, but he is missing all of the MK11 flair, like crushing blows, fatal blows, stuff like that. Once again, I actually made an entire video covering him, so you can check that out for an absolute deep dive. His moves are all taken from MKX Triborg, although some of them do function a little differently, and he's just definitely not a character that is designed to be used by a human, because he isn't. His combo gravity and stuff really puts that forward. Personally, my all-time favourite visual design, and a character that I really would love to see playable in either MK11 or a future Mortal Kombat. But as the gameplay of Sector does appear in MK11 in some capacity, it was worth showing just for the cherry on top. And that concludes what is definitely the longest competitive history I've ever worked on. Sector has been one of the iconic cyborgs since his first ever appearance in the 90s, and remains to this day a special character to me. I genuinely probably wouldn't be where I am right now, esports-wise, if I didn't nerd out over this character and franchise so much, and it's been a lot of fun revisiting the legacy that Sector has left behind in the franchise. If you like this video and you want to see more of Sector, please check out History Behind the Warrior, who did a full history of Sector's lore in the official franchise's timeline. It launched a few days ago, and I was lucky enough to be the voice of that video as well. Thank you for watching. If you want to support me, make sure you stick around on the Patreon, maybe drop a like or a subscribe. I appreciate all of it, and I will see you next time. Tell me who you want next, I'd love to know. Shao Kahn is the boss of Mortal Kombat. Yeah, there's been quite a few bosses over the years, but when we're talking the iconic Big Bad, I think most people would agree that Shao Kahn takes that spot. In the world of competitive and high level, though, Shao Kahn has had a strange journey. He's not been properly playable in a competitive sense that often, although he's had quite a few appearances. His split of band and legal representation has almost been straight down the middle, 50-50. And there's a few reasons for that. Reasons I can't wait to dive into for this edition of Competitive History. That said, strap yourselves in because this episode is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to start this video by listing this section as the classic Shao Kahn, because this version of the character is very much the boss character, and it applies to 16-bit Ultimate MK3, where he had to be unlocked via a special code that made him playable in the two-player versus mode, and the version I think most people would be familiar with, which is Trilogy, the N64 version and the PlayStation, PC and Saturn versions being different games, but Shao Kahn is in both of them. Boss Shao Kahn has all the moves you absolutely hated as a kid. Shoulder charge, up shoulder charge, hammer strike, his sarcastic taunts and his projectile. But in Trilogy, he also had some extra moves like a grab attack and even an uppercut. He doesn't have many new moves, but I guess they're there to make him feel a little more like an actual character. He can even jump, and God, does it look stupid. There's very little to talk about with Shao Kahn's gameplay because he was completely and utterly bad. Boss characters were unbelievable in Trilogy anyway, even with the PlayStation, PC and Saturn versions having more of them. But Shao Kahn was broken for many reasons, and let's just list them. Shao cannot be grabbed. You couldn't grab him in the arcade, so why would that change here? His walk speed is ridiculous. Some of the fastest you'll ever see in classic Mortal Kombat, made better by the fact that his long-reaching buttons like shoulder charge or even his basic kick are fast to come out, and the kick especially has fast recovery too. He's got damage without even trying. Almost every attack does that infamous 20% or so on hit. Just like the boss version, you fight at the end of the tower, and under the right circumstances he can very much combo them together, mostly when an opponent is airborne and stuff. Now, not all of it is practical, but I've seen some rather outrageous combo videos, I can tell you that much. Shao Kahn is immune to certain moves completely. You can't lift him with Ermac, for example. Couple this immunity with the fact that he has more health than other characters, he's even harder to get damage against than everybody else. Look, this is all mad broken, and of course, Shao Kahn isn't a competitively legal character. But it's fine. He's straight up a boss character that you can play as for the fun of it. If you grew up with Trilogy as a kid, you'd probably use Shao Kahn or one of the other bosses to beat an arcade one or two just to get revenge on cheap move-reading AI. I know I did. From Trilogy to Deception, there would be some considerable time until Shao Kahn was seen in-game again. Almost 10 years, actually. The thing is, if you're watching this video and you played Deception on the PS2 or original Xbox, you know, the more commonly played versions, I suppose, especially because they had online, you'd be forgiven for immediately thinking, hang on a minute, I don't remember Shao Kahn being in this game. And you're right, Shao Kahn isn't playable on the original versions of MK Deception. It was the GameCube version that added Shao Kahn and Gora, but it was supposedly only released in North America. And then the PSP version of MK Unchained that added these two, along with a few more characters from Deadly Alliance. And that one launched in other parts of the world too, so at least there's that. For all the Shao Kahn fans out there that were dying to play him in a proper game again, with his own moves and his own game plan, this wasn't the game for you. Shao Kahn is tragically said by many to be the absolute worst character in MK Deception. He sucks. And it's very sad, because this was his first non-boss character appearance too. Remember, Onaga was the boss of this one. He's got a decent amount of specials here, and almost all of his old ones. The projectile is back, and it's got good damage, but it's very much just your standard projectile in 3D. His up shoulder is now a rising knee attack that launches. Shoulder charge is very fast, although unsafe. It's good for stuff like fast whip punches. Taunt is back. However, not only does it barely heal Shao Kahn, it's a long animation, and it seems to have this internal counter for how many times you can actually use it. So this is really a pointless tool. Finally, there is a new move called Emperor's Shield. It's super fast up close. The problem here is that although Shao Kahn has two hand-to-hand stances and his rat hammer, he just doesn't have anything notable in terms of standalone buttons because he's so incredibly unsafe that a lot of these moves are a risk to use. Yeah, sure, he's got some launchers, I guess, but almost everyone does. His reward is regular, or in many cases, underwhelming damage, and with the unsafe nature of it all, it's just not good. All of his pokes feel slow and sluggish, even his low pokes, which in this game need to be decent for the poking game. He's got one okay down 3, and that's it. His down 1 and his down 2 in hammer have okay range as well, I guess, but that's it. Now let's talk about the issues that actually do make Shao Kahn the worst character in the game. MK Deception is all about free throws, either the damage or the fact that some of them lead to OTG, sometimes infinites. Shao Kahn's throw is bugged, and it does a measly 5 damage. The second hit does 0 damage. That's the one that's meant to do the extra bit of damage, and it sends full screen. Now that's a major issue. His branch combo in hand-to-hand 1, which is a simple 2-hit, has a bad tendency to whip often, leaving you open to punishment. His 1-1-3-3 in the second hand-to-hand also whips a lot, and so does the stance's 1-1 back 3, which is a low. Whipping on hit, massively unsafe on block, and the weakest throw in the entire game makes Shao Kahn utterly pathetic in Mortal Kombat Deception. He's arguably one of the weakest MK characters of all time here, and that is incredibly disappointing for someone who was meant to be the big bad. Thankfully, he doesn't stay totally bottom of the barrel for very long, as with the release of MK Armageddon shortly after, and including a bunch of changes and additions for many of the returning characters already seen as Deadly Alliance or Deception, Shao Kahn received a bit of a rework in some ways. He has the same specials and weapon, but a new special move. His throw damage was fixed, and his hand-to-hand had a few changes that were definitely for the better. The new move is this strange showcase later games, but it does make sense because Shao Kahn is a user of magic in many ways, right? It's like the range, both the line, shield, and the other projectiles, Shao Kahn has more options than listings than he did in Deception, so we'll take that. The big difference in this game is what his hand-to-hand does. He just gets a bit more reward now than he would before. He can branch into some more stuff in his standing one. His branch combo gets a weapon that is 3 hits and it sets up for a damaging juggle. On top of that, he has a new string in 1-1-2. And it doesn't look like much, but thanks to the final hit's short recovery, when used against a juggled opponent, you can actually pick up a chunk. Or a shield with a wall for more damage. It's not bad. The string does over 20% on its own too, so that's always a good thing. And the 3-hit branch into weapon launcher also does over 20% damage. Shao Kahn in Armageddon isn't exactly amazing. He's still got the issue with unsafe moves, and there really isn't a whole lot of mix-up potential. He's kind of slow too, but at least he gets more damage in this one. Shao Kahn is not a character that people talk about in Armageddon, and for good reason. He can hit quite hard, but he's not exactly a threat. If he gets a throw, it's back to full screen, and his ranged game, although better than Deception, it's still not all that apparent. He's not the absolute worst in the game, unlike Deception, but that's not really a testament to him being good here. He's just not the worst of the worst. He's still considered weak in comparison to the major hitters of Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Those characters are god tier. You know, the thing I always find funny about this character is that he's almost got a 50-50 split between banned, because he's a boss character, and being playable, because he's been toned down a bit. But amidst those playable appearances, he's only been considered good in one game, and that game is it's not what you think it is. I can't believe I have to debut this game at last, but it's time for Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. In this game, Shao Kahn is a sub-boss, but he's fully playable and one that you have to unlock to play as. However, although he's not the absolute best character, he's stated in quite a few tier lists to be in the top 5. I can see why. This version of Shao Kahn is the powerhouse that we all wished that he'd be in other titles. And let's just go over what he can do, and importantly, what he can exploit. That's the real stuff. His projectile is decent, it does good damage, and it's fast, especially fast recovery. It's a nice tool to have, really. He's got his shoulder charge, which is lightning fast, and it's one of his main tools here. This has a point move attached where you can get a second hit, which makes the charge do 18% damage. This charge can be done upwards with a different input as well, and we'll touch on the charge more for sure. He's got his up-close choke, which once again has a pro move attached for more damage. Emperor's Shield returns, and this is actually the last time that we'll see the attack in the games as of 2022. Who knows? Maybe he'll come back someday. Finally, he's got a Hammer Strike. This move will stun on hit, and it has pretty good range for what it is. Do not get hit by this, because it's going to lead to almost half of your life bar without breaking. In terms of buttons, his back 4 is a really good launcher, although back 2 launches as well. His 1-1 string is great for combos and staggers due to its fast recovery, and one of your main strings is 3-1-1, which again is used for combos, but also pressure. His up-close game is complicated, but it's really effective, and there's a few reasons for that. Firstly, plus frames on block. Now this game isn't like MK9 and Beyond, where you can either check the forums for exact numbers, or, especially these days, go into the game itself and just see it in the training menu. You have way less to go by. But thankfully, MK old schooler Tom Brady wrote a thread on Test Your Might 12 years ago that listed the plus on block moves that characters have. And with Shao, it's pretty much all of his important ones. Shao Kahn's 1-1, back 4 launcher, and 3-1-1 are all advantage of block. And with the choke special that you can add on to the end of them for a little bit more chip damage, and the fact that the move itself is barely minus anyway, it's a nice set of up-close tools. This down 1 is actually plus on block as well, but you need to do the MK versus DC specific tech of holding the sidestep button to make your down 1 recover faster. For some reason that is just a thing that this game has. Having a fast recovering down 1 with Shao Kahn is important for it because he's a big guy. This button has good reach for a single weapon. The biggest stuff that really makes Shao Kahn what he is here is the constant threat of shoulder charge. Now I don't mean just letting it go by itself at random. I mean, yeah, it's fast and it could catch people in neutral, but I'm talking about far more broken stuff. The meter system in MKDC is notoriously exploitable, one of which being the combo break, which was still very much in its infant stage back in these days, and if Shao Kahn was grounded and hit a combo breaker for a single bar, he'd launch you into the air, but he'd actually recover from the animation before you hit the ground. Mid-screen, this meant that almost every single time he broke, he got a free shoulder charge off of breaking. If you landed the second hit via a pro move, it was a free 18% damage that he got for you hitting him, and that is terrifying. If he breaks you near the wall, he can hit the back 4 launcher for a full combo. Now, combo breakers
Enemies are coming! Slow the ram! Enemies are coming!
Defend the inner gate.
Protect the ram now! Onward! Incoming enemies! Slow the ram! All safe! Move forward! Warriors! Incoming attack! Keep moving! Protect the ram now! Moving on, warriors! Protect the ram now! All clear! Forward!
We have not been able to stop. A brand new 8.
Warriors! Keep moving! Incoming attack! Enemies are coming! Blow the ram!
Inner gate destroyed. Protect the commander.
You are no challenge! Bring the fight to them!
destroyed. On to the inner gate. Round one. Victory! Round two. Victory! Round 3.
Potatte fortuna giuva!
Victory!